Revenge is yours, Cozy. Welcome in, Hobbit. Welcome in, Cozy. I hope we're all doing all right. Ah, it is so good to see all of you again, and good to be back and finally able to start doing this again. Let me grab my glasses real quick, and we shall get started. I do apologize for the lack of streaming here recently. Unfortunately, I got laid out pretty hard by my allergies last week, but I believe we are at least to the point where we're now at least able to function. Ah, but I hope everybody's doing all right. Wonderful time zones to you there, Hobbit. All right. So, yeah, yeah, they laid me out pretty roughly last week. But the good news is we're doing all right. We're somewhat recovered, and some fun announcements. We have this Friday. I will not be streaming, as we will be doing. I am taking my gremlins to their first Ren Fair on Saturday. So everyone in this house is now incredibly hyped for that. So I will be ensuring that everything is packed up and ready to go before Friday, and then Friday we're going over to a buddy of mine's place, and we are going to be taking them over to the Ren Fair with all of the other chaotic little gremlins. So it is going to be a very interesting Saturday. That much is 100% confirmed. It is going to wind up being a very interesting Saturday. And in fact, what I have here are a couple of things that I have recently ordered. We have a Black Dragon ring that came in, and we have a Black Dragon pendant that I was not expecting to be the size of a Millennium puzzle. So we are going to go ahead and paint these two up, because that is what I will be wearing these at our Ren Fair. I will be going in my new head, so there will be plenty of pictures of me and the gremlins all the way around, that I will be ensuring to post into the servers and share around. It's going to be a great time, and I'm super excited to be able to jump in and oh wow, 20, a 20 stream streak. There you go, Cozy. Hell yeah. But I am very excited, as this will be the first time I get to try out or wear my new head out. So I'm very excited to run around and run amok at the Ren Fair in at least partial suit. So, without too much further shenanigans, I also did get quite a bit of trinket trade stuff, so we're going to have a bunch of fun. The new tattoo did get finished, and this is it in its full glory now that it is mostly healed. Let's see if I can actually get myself in frame here, which I'm doing a very poor job of doing, so let's fix that. Okay. So, it is fully healed now, and we have everything from Jormungandr, Odin, to Freya, Loki, and Thor, all located within this absolutely gorgeous piece that was done wonderfully by the head tattoo artist at Lost Boys Tattoo uh, in Cleveland. Absolutely fantastic group of people, and Bro did a fantastic job. The design blew me away as soon as he showed me the rough of it, and I can't get enough of it. So, let's go ahead and see how much fun we can have getting these little black dragon pieces painted up and taken care of tonight. Because these are technically the older artworks for the creature, which I absolutely still love how the designs of those are. But we're going to see what we can mess with in terms of getting this to look a specific way. So let's see, silver, black. That's not the green I thought it was. Is this the correct green? That would be the correct green. Okay. Now that we've finished playing the fun I Spy or Don't Spy color very well, let's see what we can get into here. Alright. So we'll start with the ring, as I think that will be probably one of the more standout pieces. So let's see how we do. But how's everybody doing? I know it has been a week since I was able to stream last. I hope everybody is doing well. And I definitely agree with you, honey. They did a fantastic job with how that turned out. Alright, let's. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing well tonight. Hopefully, the start of your week has gone well. And if it hasn't, hopefully the rest of the week will hopefully treat you well. There we go. Let's make sure that we get at least decent angles so that everybody can see what it is that I'm doing. But I do hope that at the very least, if the week did not start well for you, if the Monday was a rough one, hopefully the rest of the week will wind up treating you a good bit better. And hopefully this week will go by quickly and easily for all of us. As I know I am beyond ready for the weekend to be here now. That plans for that part of the group to go to the Ren Fair were finalized. I'm pretty sure our Ren Fair is also going to do a fall section of it, which if so, I mean they did so last year. I think that is their better bet to begin with. And I know our boy is coming home at the end of May, but unfortunately that does mean he will miss this part of the season. So hopefully with them doing, if they do the fall variation, we can all go down in the fall. And that will make the entirety of wearing as many layers as we please so much more bearable. Yeah, and I did notice that our fair that we usually go to has actually cut down their time. It doesn't seem that they're doing Sundays anymore, or at least for this season, they're not running on Sundays. It's down to only Friday and Saturday, and they also are not running for as long as they have been, just because it is getting brutally hot down here already. Which, I mean, I understand, but at the same time, that sucks. No, I agree, and that was what a lot of people have been apparently saying something about it for years now. Because what was it? The last time you and I went Ramesses, that was like their 30 or 40th anniversary. So apparently, people have been saying, hey, you should do it in the fall or in the winter more so than you're doing it now in the hot season. Uh, so they apparently started it last year. They did a fall variation of our fair. So hopefully they will stick to that and make that a more permanent, idea. It needs to be because, yeah, I 100% agree with you because most of my kit is layered and very heavy, so me trying to get out there in any capacity in that will give me nothing but straight heat stroke. And I know your kit is also as almost period accurate as it can get with a mix of, fantasy added to it. So I know you, especially walking around with a haversack that you had last go round. I mean, I'm surprised you lasted as long as you did with how hot it gets. Oh no, cozy. Yeah, no, like Florida, I agree. They time theirs pretty well. I mean, even like Texas times theirs really well. Theirs is always in the fall. Because my buddy from Texas was confused that our Ren Fair was already up and running. And I was like, "Oh yeah, no, ours kind of runs earlier in the year, and they just they run it weird for some reason that they run it when it starts getting hot and humid in the south, and that's no fun." uh, but yeah, no, cozy, no, don't heat stroke at the Ren Fair. That's not no, that's not never a good idea. Like, I mean, I complain that my kid is hot, but I see these guys out there in like the full suits of metal armor that are black, and I don't understand how they're running around at all in their full suit of armor, fully rocking it out in the humid southern heat in the middle of May and uh, April and May. Yeah, no, you're not wrong there. So it just, yeah, I agree. There should be a little bit more consideration for it. But this weekend is the Celtic weekend for their theming. So there's quite ironic that, that winds up being the case. So I'm going to be dressed fairly well with the, Scandinavian inspired outfit that I have. And honestly, I can't wait. I absolutely love going to the fair. It is it is a good way to decompress. And there is much to decompress about. And so I am very much incredibly excited and very much ready for this weekend to happen so that we can enjoy it to its fullest extent. Or, at least as much as my, wild, chaotic self will get into it, while still maintaining, good wrangling of my own gremlins. But the smallest has already chosen her dress, and tomorrow I'm gonna, kind of help tailor up my eldest and his little gear or kit that he's gonna be wearing. So it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have an absolute blast. You may not be wholeheartedly wrong about that. I am tempted to take my kilt with me, though I may need to lend that out to a buddy. But if he decides against it, I may happily take it with me and then change at some point halfway through and rock out the kilt as well as, just my normal kit just to have fun with it. If not, either way, we're gonna definitely be out there causing chaos and having an absolute blast as we are wont to do and how we always seem to find ourselves at the local fair. Which I think I'm going to go and get once we get this to a point of good completion. I'll go and get my clear coat so that I can actually, so especially since this is going to be worn on a finger most of the day, we'll at least be able to protect some of the color from being completely worn off of it. But yeah, no, I mean, honestly, Ramesine, maybe I should probably send you the link for like the portable belt fans that I wear when I suit. They are a absolute lifesaver. I use them at work when it starts getting too hot. But they are absolutely fantastic. Even if you clip it to your belt and just stick it under your shirt, those things are literally just miniature jet turbines that generate and move a wonderful amount of air when it is stupidly hot. So I know I will be taking those with me on the just in case I need a little bit of relief since I will be wearing my head and or if my gremlins start to get a little too tired as well because this being their first actual outing, I don't think they're quite understanding or fully mentally prepared for the amount of this is an all day affair. I think their enthusiasm might be stronger than their will in some cases, but we'll make sure they're taken care of. And I just know incredibly excited about it, and I know I am as well. As this is a wonderful yearly tradition to at least go once. Uh, if I can go multiple times, I would love to do so, but you know, things are always more expensive than they should be nowadays. Oh yeah, now they are gonna absolutely love it. And, you're not wrong. Like there are some themes or a couple of people who will kind of dress in that style, but you're right. There's not like a even this one doesn't have like a dedicated I know I've seen some that have like full on Arabian Nights uh as their theme, but this one is definitely more, you know, Fey and fancy as well as you know, Nordic following as opposed to too many other fun areas of expertise. However, I mean, as always, because it's the Ren Fair, I'm sure I will run into some Jedi like I did last time, and plenty of anime cosplayers. As it's the fair. It's a perfect excuse to dress up, go out and get a bunch of people to take pictures with you, or go and have a bunch of people willing to take your picture. So I 100% understand why why I see a lot of people in just straight up cosplay at the Ren Fair because it's why not? And I love that those have become that they are just becoming more and more popular because they're the bigger they get, the more fun stuff usually winds up making its way in there. But not only that, Ramesine, if you can get, they would probably be a good place to talk to set you up like a stall for your smithing goods. As I think that would be absolutely awesome if you were able to get set up and get a booth down there. Because you would probably make a killing off of just about anything that you would forge to put out there because almost everybody I see goes out there and buys a bunch of stuff. I mean, I do know that, if all else fails, that's my backup plan is to take advantage of that program in Ireland where they're giving you $90,000 to go and live on their smaller islands. I'll happily pull together with a few friends and we can make a compound. Build a castle over there in Ireland and just have a ball. I'd be down. Because you know, when I win that that lottery, I don't play, uh, and hit it big. I'm just gonna go and build me a castle somewhere and just start inviting people out. That'll be my that will be my retirement plan. All right, let's see here. Making some really good progress with this already. Hey, there you go. That would actually sound pretty dope. I would definitely be down to invest in that. Here we go. Not bad for the start. Let's finish up horns here. And then I'll go, like I said, I'll go grab that clear coat so that I can protect all of this once I get it finished. Especially since this will be hanging out on the finger for the majority of the day. Now, see, I would absolutely love to see something like that, but I would imagine the startup and, of course, the overhead would be wild to front and build at first. But again, if you could just do it little by little, it could turn out and absolutely wonderful. Because I know we really don't have like too terribly many of them down here. that are like, of course, if you go out a little further west, you'll hit some of the bigger, more well-known ones and things like that, where they are, massive events. But it's kind of sad around here. We have so much good land that you could just use for it, and not a whole lot. There's sadly just not a whole lot in terms of how many of them are around. Or if they do, they're so weirdly spaced out and timed that unless you're already subscribed to it to learn about it, you don't have the chance to learn about it until it's too late. And honestly, that's a shame because there is another one. I think they're already wrapped up for the season, but they are like explicitly, like a Fey Court kind of fantasy Ren Fair, and it takes place. It still takes place here in the state, but I don't exactly know where. But I mean, it looks awesome. It looks like it would be a blast to go, but again, like by the time I found out about it, it was already done or going into its last like week or two. Thus, therein lies the trick. Yeah, no, that would probably be a great place to do it. I mean, honestly, I put me at a far enough distance, I can be a tall dwarf. Basically, how I kind of feel anyway. There is just a stupid amount of detail in this one. I absolutely love that. An Orc Town? Bro, that would be. Especially if you do it in the style of like the Drachenfest or Urukai style towns, that would be insane. And to be able to pull that off, especially at like a grand scale, that would be incredibly dope. That would be honestly, you could literally plan so many shows about that because fantasy speaking, orcs would raid dwarven strongholds and whatnot, you could easily build part of that to where Orc Town, gears up every like 2 hours to raid the dwarven town, without quote unquote, without warning. And you've got, the shopkeepers in on it and the actors, so everybody starts going ham at each other or every 2 hours. That would be an amazing, honestly, that would be an amazing show to watch. But let alone just people not knowing they're about to get swept up in the action of it. Make it to where the whole fair itself has its own storyline to it. Oh, 100%. Put those wonderful college kids with, unused theater degrees to work. 100%. Alright, let me go grab that clear coat real quick, as that is going to be needed fairly soon. And then we'll start work on the big one while we let this one dry so that I can utilize utilize the other colors for its detailing. Where is that? There you are. Nice little I hope that hasn't seized up or anything. Okay. Move on to this big thing. The just absolute insane amount of detail off of this print is fantastic, which I got it from a amazing guy on Etsy called Hammer Down Miniatures. I'm not sponsored by him, but he has a fantastic array of both D&D miniatures, especially if you have an interest in the chromatic dragons, or just have an interest in the dragons in general. He has quite a few dice trays, coasters, and other things for the chromatics. But he also has 40K minis and all sorts of other things that he prints. Absolutely fantastic seller. Was very quick to respond. Even let me know that there is another item that I ordered off of him. And he was like, hey, the machine that I use to print the bigger things went down. So I'm going to have to push your delivery out a little while because I need to get the replacement part. But as soon as that part comes in, I will, be prioritizing your dice tray that you ordered, and we will get that to you as quickly as possible. And then these came, like, as soon as they shipped, they both shipped at the same time, same package, and I got them very, very quickly. There you go. Honestly, yeah, like a good competition to medieval times would be kind of nice. Because I know really the only other like competition to medieval times is like the pirate uh, dinner shows. That's kind of like the only other big thing to do. Which again, those are absolutely fantastic, experiences for dinner and a show, as is medieval times. But yeah, I think if they would do something along the lines of that with like a full cast of Ren Fair people, it would be, and like have a fully interactive Ren Fair in terms of like a LARP story, yeah, that would be fantastic. That would be so much fun. Doing bonfires at these events. Well, and also you could definitely do it for all of like the holidays, like Beltane, Samhain, Ostara, and things like that. Like you could do actual festival days in time with the solstices and whatnot as well, and you could get even more mileage out of the area for opening it up to do that with. There you go. That would work perfectly. All right, let's get the rest of this here. But yeah, this I think we're just gonna have, and like honestly, I would love to have more experiences like that. There it goes. I mean, yeah, you could easily do that. That alone could be worth the price of admission, depending on how much you get to walk through just to get to the bonfire. And you could easily set up each of the areas to have their own like little shopping bazaar or district, and you could model that after the fantasy culture that inhabits that area best. You could theme, that area's eating quarters and stuff like that off of their restaurants and things like that. It would be, yeah, like it would be absolutely fantastic. So, like I said, when I win that lottery, I don't play. We'll just buy us a nice chunk of land and start building. There you go. All right, getting to the little nitty gritty spots of detail. These two pieces are going to look absolutely amazing fully painted up. I mean, yeah, that could work really well. And like I said, you keep it as a campground for the rest of the year, but you also open it up for every major pagan holiday. You can open it up as an event where people can come and enjoy and be part of as well. Because I know we've got the Haven that does something similar to that, which I will be attempting to go to a couple of the holidays up there, if given the chance this year, because I've had a very big interest in going, but just haven't had the ability to do so as of yet. Hopefully, I can fix that, and I can go up there and check that out and see how wonderful that place is, because I'm hearing nothing but good about it. Yeah, I think there's actually a dedicated vampire bar that just opened up in Nashville. 1 second, let me swap that over. No, don't do that. Thank you. Okay, yeah, so there's apparently a full vampire speakeasy that opened up in Nashville. And there is also a Edgar Allan Poe speakeasy that opened up as well. What a time to cosplay Anderson. There you go. But I mean, I would love to go up there anyway, just for that. So, especially once we get things settled here in the house, that might be a road trip that we need to just plan and take. Take a weekend and go up there. All right. Actually, really surprised at how well this is coming together in terms of just how well it's taking the paint and how it's just easily uh, I don't think I'm gonna have to do a whole lot of like touch ups and multiple coats of things. Oh, 100% I am. That would be like I've been getting a bunch of ads and stuff for a couple of them that are opening up around not just the South, but even some out in the Midwest. Some of them that are out in like Texas, and some of them that are even traveling. And I would love to stop in and check out a couple of those places. If nothing else, the atmosphere there has to be killer. You ain't gotta apologize, man. Because honestly, that's half the that's half the point of doing this is being able to sit back and talk and enjoy what shenanigans we can get up to in terms of conversation. This is doing murder on my hands. Okay. Hell yeah, man. I'm interested to see how those wind up fully panning out. Okay. So much detail. again, I think my brush is slowly entering the end of its useful life cycle. But it's alright, this is why we buy brushes in bulk. And considering I've had these and been using them for about 5 years before they crapped out, I think that's a pretty good lifespan for usable brushes. Okay. Oh no, I think I've got a full I've got like 3 unopened sets of the hair brushes that I have now, like the one I'm using, and I also have a unopened like silicone brush set that I guess I'm just holding on to for when I run out of all the others. So currently, I'm at least as of right now, I'm okay on the amount of paintbrushes I have. It's just I'm being lazy and not wanting to go and open a brand new pack of them right now. Okay. Because yeah, I'm definitely going to be ordering from this guy again because just even these two have are already like just the base resin gray that they are so intricately detailed. Like it is phenomenal. So I will definitely be looking at this guy again. Hopefully he will, because like I said, he had cups of a couple of the chromatic dragons, but he didn't have the cup of the black one. So maybe I can shoot him a message once he gets that replacement part in, and I'll be like, hey, how would a black dragon cup look? You think you could pull that one off? Because I mean, if I haven't made it clear enough, the black dragons have always been my favorites out of the chromatics. I just, I don't know. There's something about a villain who is unapologetic in their villainy as well as they know they're smart and they don't have to be tyrannically evil about it. They can just be subtle and slowly watch you drive yourself mad trying to figure them out. Like I don't know that there's something in that speaks in a very evil way to me of a creature that could be so notoriously evil and yet so insanely subtle and cunning about taking anything down that it wants. and that it's willing to collect those that it doesn't, because they don't collect, just like jewels and gold and things like that. They collect relics of things that they have outlived. Pieces of history that they themselves have either willingly or been an unknown factor as to its own demise. Like, black dragons are just insanely cool to me for that detail alone. That, they're not the, cliche, typical fire-breathing dragon. No, they spew just straight acid. Good luck getting that off. That's a really nice set of armor you have there. Be a shame if it melted onto you. They're just such a uniquely terrifying creature because how do you plan for that? How do you plan around fighting such a creature that will very easily just talk you into slaughtering your own allies in the most convincing way possible, or it could just ambush you and just spray you with incredibly highly potent acid? What magic item is going to protect you from that? Like, that I think that's why, to me, they are the superior of the chromatic kind. And also, I mean, design-wise, they're just giant, angry, acid-spewing alligators. Like, that, come on, that's cool as shit. I mean, I know there are, I mean, that would be dope as hell if you could figure out how to do that. I just, I don't know how expensive it would be to create that. But I mean, that would, that would be an insane decor piece for sure. Because I know Wizards of the Coast, actually, it looks like they are trying to update all of their dragon stuff since the 2024 rules have come into effect and all the dragons got revamped art. Because they do still have they're harder to find now, but they're also wildly expensive. But they actually do have creature head mounts that are insanely expensive. But the new 2024 artwork, they currently have the red dragon head of it. And it is so much cheaper than the previous red dragon head. The previous one was like over $500 or $600 for the plaque, and it's just really heavy, high-grade foam, and they want you to professionally install it on your wall. But the newer one is is half the price, and it's coming up with the updated artwork. So I know eventually, if they do come out with the Black Dragon head of the 2024 artwork, that will be something that I would love to get my hands on and mount in the living room, especially once we get the living room fully set up the way that we want it to, because that would just be a mean detail to have in the in the game room, is mounted dragon heads and other creature heads if I could find them for good prices, because I am not going to pay $500-$600 for something that literally is going to only ever be a decoration piece. If it's going to be that much, it needs to have a little bit more utility to it. Or it needs to do more than just sit there and look pretty. I mean, if you've got the means to do it, man, there's only one way to really find out. Hell yeah. Because I could easily, if you were able to put that together, we could put that on a plaque, or like a wall mount itself, and easily I could fit in a small LED to make the inside of the mouth green, and we could add a small like vapor smoke machine, or even just put in a little incense burner on the inside of that, so that it looks like it glows green and just emits or waterfalls, smoke out of it. Like, that actually would be dope as hell. I mean, hey man, maybe it was a very old dragon skull and its teeth got worn down, man. I don't know. I could bullshit a story around it. I would figure out a way to make it serviceable. Troll or not, I'd make it work. Oh, my friend, you were murdering my finger. I'm just not used to clamping down on things for that long anymore. And now the fun part, because now I don't have that other horn to hold on to. Okay. I need to refill this black again. Been using so damn much of it here recently. Oh, okay. You just having to sit back and wait for the brass to come in? Is that the impatient part? Just knowing you've basically already got it to the point where all it needs is its finishing touches, and now you're having to play the waiting game to get the last bit of what you need for it. I gotcha. Stretch it a little bit. But when is that brass supposed to show up? Surely it can't be too god. Or too completely far off. 11
Local
months.
cafe
Welcome
subscribed to your
in
channel
there,
for
Landon.
11
I
months.
hope you're doing alright tonight. Wild to think that it's been that long, isn't it? I have returned. Thankfully, with very little problems in the allergy department. Thankfully, my medication has done a fine job. So we are working on a little bit of stuff for our Ren Fair outfit that I picked up from a wonderful seller on Etsy who happened to have a bunch of Black Dragon pieces. So of course, now that I am turning myself into the dragon guy once again, as most people, for those of you who didn't know, especially growing up, if there was media that I could consume that had anything to do with dragons, I was the dragon kid. That was my childhood tism. It wasn't dinosaurs, it wasn't trains, it wasn't anything, it was dragons. And I seem to be my algorithm and my friend, who is my DM, seem to be antagonizing me with more and more dragon stuff now, so 100% I'm diving in head first. I mean, I get what you're saying, though, there, Ramesses. But the thing is you want to, have that part ready to go, so that way once you hit all of those other touches, it's all, at that point, it's final fit and assembly. As opposed to you doing all of this and then still having to manufacture and forge out everything that you need to give it its final fit and finish. I mean, what can I say, man? Dragons are cool. Especially when you get to the more unique ones that don't just spew fire and get killed by, knights and stuff. Like 100%, dragons are dope. So I'm getting, thankfully or hilariously, I've been activated like a sleeper agent and just going full tilt back into my dragon shenanigans. All right. Just a couple spots to touch here. Not too bad. I'm actually very impressed at how this has taken the paint. As I mean, I know this is a resin print figure instead of, your typical plastic print, but it just takes the paint incredibly well. Alright, we'll set that there, let that dry, and now I can work on the ring and its details a little bit more. But Landon, I hope your day has gone well. Hopefully you've been able to sit back and relax a good bit today after your outing. And we're so very glad to have you with us tonight. I will set that there. Hydration Nation, everybody. Oh. I mean, hey, it happens to everybody. I can't even blame you. A lot of places that I've seen that were drive-through, I was like, oh, dude, dope. Only to find out it was not the kind of drive-through I was expecting it to be. Mm. I don't know, maybe I should use maybe I should go and prime this, because the silver really isn't. I'll go ahead and at least do the first coat. Maybe it just needs to dry first for me to really be able to see it. And if not, I'll just go back over it and throw it down with another bit of a darker color so that I can, prime it and then go back over it and fix it. Or maybe it just needs another coat. We'll see. Ah, burgers. Hell yeah. Oh, really? I'm sorry there, Landon. I mean, smash burgers can be really good. I just if you smash them too much, you just get rid of 90% of the flavor to them. But also, I just find that smash burgers don't fill me up very well. So I have to order like 3 or 4 of them just to sate the appetite. Yeah, we'll probably wind up having to do another coat or two of the silver since I don't have anything as the primer color there. That'll be fine. Ah, yeah, that's a good tell. Oh man. I'm sorry, Landon, but I mean, based off of what you said, other than that, I mean, it looked like the outing over the weekend looked like a lot of fun. I saw Trash got himself a little bit of new ink. But edible leather, no thank you. You can keep every bit of that. I need my steak bleeding, mooing, and trying to get away from me on the plate. My burger should be treated the same as my steak. I want it to have enough fight in it once it gets to the table. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like if I go to a place and I ask them to do exactly that, I want it bleeding, I want it moving, and I want it to still have fight in it when it gets to my plate. I don't get why people give me such a strange look, as if though I'm some barbarian who's never had good food. Oh, I 100% agree. There's a reason we have the canines that we do. Beef sushi. Oh man, no. What we need to do there, Ramesses, is we need to go back to. We all need to get together and go back to Volcano again and grill out that wonderful Korean barbecue again. That place was perfect. The stupid amount of food that I ate when we went there last time. Question, Landon, do you wish to have your steak tartare prepared in the traditional way? Or do you just wish to have the chef go beat the hell out of it in the back? Oh, they do hot pot over there now? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, but I doubt too many people are gonna, stick their steak under a horse saddle and ride for, several miles to get the correct tartar. That was a good old Mongol secret there. Stash your jerky under your saddle and it'll get tenderized to hell and back as you ride across the steppe. I love the origins of food. That it's so interesting to me. I mean, if he had a longer lunch, I'm sure he would 100% go over there with you. Hell, even my lunch is just a measly 30 minutes. It's only good enough to give me a quick little power nap, and then I'll just eat on the run while I'm in work. I mean, I guess technically, if you found a restaurant that had like I mean, you would definitely want to make sure it was cleaned, but get you a riding pool. You could have the steak put up there and just have a weighted dummy sitting on the riding bull, and you just prepare steak tartare the traditional way by throwing weight around on a mechanical bull under a saddle. That'd be one way to do it. I mean, either that or you just hire, a college kid who knows how to ride a horse, and just, hey, this steak needs to be prepared for a customer. They're willing to wait 30 minutes, so go on a 30-minute ride and then come back. Though if you do that, I'm sure your steak tartare would be about $200-300 a steak. Not my way, but a way. I mean, hey. I mean, technically, you can make steak tartare in a pressurized marinator if you overcharge your pressure. As when I was working as a butcher, I accidentally created some strip tartare several times with our uh, marinated steaks that I would just immediately grill up and throw on our sample platter. And man, I loved every time that I would do that. Everybody in the store would too, because once that grill took off and started smelling, the entire store would be smelling whatever I was cooking back there. And we would surprisingly get an uptick in customers. But no, don't let me keep doing that. you're wasting resources. Not wasting a resource if it's still getting used and it's creating enough buzz to sell more. But sure, whatever. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Is the back when I was working as a butcher, we had it was literally like a 5 gallon drum. It was huge. Uh, and you would fill it with, your marinade sauce, and you would toss a couple of your steaks in there, and it would be set on a tumbler. Kind of like it was kind of like a giant rock tumbler, but for meat. And it was a quick way to marinate steaks if you weren't marinating them overnight. You could tumble them for 10 to 15 minutes under specific pressures, and it would vacuum seal it, and it would essentially beat the hell out of your steak, but it would also seep every bit of that delicious marinade that we were making in house into the steak itself. So if you were, running behind and didn't prepare the night before, or the guy who closed didn't prep for you, that was how we would cheat. Is we would throw a couple of steaks into that and let that tumble for 10, 15, 20 minutes at a time. And we would, prep all the burgers and everything while we were at it. Oh, it was great. just go into the back there and just smack that meat for a little bit. Go ahead, beat it real good. You'll be all right. So yeah, I mean, we had like I loved working as a butcher. I just hated the people that I was working with because they kept having me act as a full butcher, but they were not willing to pay me the cutter's wage. And they kept, oh yeah, we'll get you fully trained on cutting so that you can get, the cutter's wage. But yet, magically, anytime someone would offer to train me to do the last like 2 cuts that I was trying to learn, they would get pulled away from me. So I wasn't officially able to learn how to do those. And they essentially would just keep me there and schedule off our regular meat cutter, so I was just forced to cut for them for free. So naturally, when I had the opportunity to throw that back in their face, I very much so did, but the way they handled a few situations, I wound up getting myself a warehouse job. And as soon as the loan went through for my house, I immediately left because I only needed to stay at that job to secure the loan for, you got to be working a job for at least 6 months so that we can tell that your income is stable. Nope, as soon as that loan went through and I signed the paperwork, the following day was my last day, and I sat back and I was an ass to everybody. I didn't help a single customer, and I sat there and I sharpened my knives for 8.5 hours, and that was it. Oh, good tempura. Oh, yeah. Man, good tempura legs. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Yeah, I'm so glad that I ate before. Because if not, I would be absolutely starving right now with the wonderful food topics you're bringing up there, Ramsey. I mean, just make sure they're battered in a way that you would be really okay with, and really, I think that's the secret to any food that most people would be a little bit, squeamish or even a little off put by. But if you prepare it in the right way, there is literally nothing that doesn't taste good. But that could also be, yeah, I don't think I want to say I've done that once, but then again, it's been so long, I might very well not have been. I mean, no, completely fair there, Landon. As I myself am not well versed in the preparation of the frog legs, just because I don't know, I have a weird thing against French. And I know they're not typically, I mean, they're famously a French dish, but that doesn't mean that their origination is French. But it's still, any chance I get to have fun and screw around with anybody who happens to be French is even more fun for me. What do you mean a deep fried tarantula? Did you have a bad experience with it, or was it just not fried well enough? Because I mean, I've had candied scorpion, I've had candied arachnid. I want to say I want to, no, yeah, I have had a fried tarantula. It wasn't that bad. Wasn't great, but it wasn't that bad either. Just a unnecessary amount of crunch. I mean, it was protein. It was just very crunchy protein, especially deep fried. Yeah, yeah. I can't argue with you there, Ramesine. I can't. It does. It's just there's not a whole lot to it though. That's probably the biggest disappointment. Is it's more of just like an exotic novelty because there's really not much to it and not much in it. I guess that would kind of depend on the type of tarantula used. Because I mean, mine was just really crunchy and weirdly chewy. But I mean, Hey, I can't blame you. It's a weird thing to eat, but I'm foolish enough to try anything at least once. Because then, I can at least say that I gave it the good old college try. Okay, so. uh, Though I will say, if I ever had to eat anything like that again, I prefer the candied variety. Because at least then it's not nowhere near as bad. Okay. That ghoulish green residual here in the mouth. Ah. I mean, fair. But cheese powder? Huh. Okay, I wouldn't have thought to have used cheese powder on them. Let's see here. We are gonna need red, and let me guess, still. Oh, okay. That red's not bad. Uh, orange. Okay. I mean, hey, to each their own. That orange can fly. I need to just throw that one away. This one isn't too much better. Poor Landon, I'm sorry. We've moved to the topic of really fun food topics here, huh? Yeah, that's not working very well. Okay. Uh, go. That is actually a really good contrast. I like that. There you go. That's a interesting question there, Landon. What is it? What would have been the worst food that you've had yourself? Surely there's been at least a couple of culinary misadventures there. Oysters for you, okay. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I can definitely see the texture being the problem. Oh, escargot? You know, the things I make fun of the French for? Yeah, no, I was not a big fan of that either. Welcome in, Cozy. I hope you're doing all right tonight. Or at least welcome back, as I know you were here earlier with us. The escargot. Ah, that didn't feel great. Okay, yeah, we're gonna add some more of the silver, touch up this one with a little more black, and then we'll finish the mouth on him. Then we'll touch up a couple points here, and then clear coat both of these, and they'll be done. Which I may wind up just going out on the back porch and clear coating them when I get home from work tomorrow. That might be what winds up happening. Huh, interesting. I don't think I've ever had the pleasure or misfortune to partake in ants. At least not on that scale to where I could tell you what they tasted like. But hey, good to know. Huh, okay. The more you know. Today I learned. Okay. Yeah, just a couple touch-up spots of black on you, and the ring is done minus doing the clear coat on it. But like I said, I'll probably go outside with the spray bottle tomorrow after work, as that'll probably be set a whole lot quicker. Hey man, all those mushroom dishes in the Underdark, there's a reason that they use them. There's a reason that like topside spices go for so much down in the Underdark. You ever want to befriend a group of drow, bring down a whole thing of incredibly rare spices from the surface and tell them to use it in small doses. Because if not, they can and will make themselves horrendously sick. Some of them do, yeah. And I mean, they've also got plenty of other delicacies and creatures down there. I know I got Josh that D&D cookbook that actually has a couple of Underdark dishes in it. And honestly, they look fantastic. What do you guys think? Uh, should I tip the horns of this with white, or should I leave it? Or should I leave it as is? In terms of how the ring itself looks. Should we leave it as is, or should we tip the horns with white just to make things pop and stand out a little bit more? I'll let you guys decide on that. So, I think the reason being for that is because their palate inside of the Underdark is so, you know, dense in terms of what they do eat, and the spices that they are able to use are basically poison to most normal people, unless you have just slowly, because it's even stated that if you are a topside adventurer and you partake in a drow dinner, you are going to be regretting that decision for the rest of the night. Like, you yourself will be getting sick horrendously, but for them, it's probably because their palate is so used to the toxin of what's in the Underdark that utilizing that level of spice of just what would be normal for the surface, it's so foreign to their palate that it literally just makes them sick. And also because they don't necessarily know how to use it, because it's not something that, son of a bitch, it's not necessarily something that they would be, overly familiar with in terms of cooking with. They wind up overusing it as a show of power, as well as, turning it into one of their infamous games at dinner of, who can last the longest on the surface level stuff, while everybody else is dropping like flies and getting sick at the dinner table. You've got that one noble who delights in giving everybody food poisoning, essentially, because he purposely overspiced his dinner just to mess with everybody. Because, drows are fun little shits. I mean, yeah, there you go. But I would say that it's probably just due to the fact that, yes, drow stomachs would technically be cast iron. It's just when you survive on, it's kind of the same way of, let's say you go to sea and survive off a hardtack for, 10 months, and you come home to port, and the first thing you do is order a massive, like, meat pie and a steak, you're getting sick. That, the very same night, you're getting sick. Just because your stomach doesn't really know what to do with what you gave it after it's been used to something else for so long. So I think that plays a good bit of a factor into the drow diet and their ability to eat and filter poisons and things that would destroy anyone else's stomach. But also, I do think that it has the same effect of when they try to eat anything that they're not typically used to eating. That it would basically just destroy their stomachs. Alcohol rations, okay. I might need to watch that, as I always find, especially like military history and stuff like that for food and water rations to be incredibly interesting. Okay, so we'll do the tongue first, because if I don't, I'm gonna screw up and mess up the teeth horrendously. Okay. Let's see here. Good, good. Huh. That is interesting. I knew that they had grog rations. I didn't know that they actually allowed rum rations because I know most, if you were to drink on board, you were never allowed to drink in the hold. You had to drink on top on one of the decks. You also could not gamble in the hold. Every bit of gambling had to be done on top deck. I mean, I'd be down to a point. I, because I very much remember what usually seems to find a fun way to take up residence in those coal mines. But I mean, I would be interested in taking a look. Don't know how in depth I would be willing to go with, especially depending on the time of day. But yeah, no. Also, if you got plastered below deck and you started fighting, guns could get drawn and blow holes in the ship. And if that happened, you were now risking everybody else's lives. I remember where I'm at, Ramesses. I know how these mountains work. I am quite respectful of what I know is older than I. And I know you as well. So, I mean, yeah, as long as we're going up there during, peak daylight hours, yeah, I'm fine with going and exploring that. Yeah, but therein lies the key word in that, my friend, is the yet. And I would very much prefer to keep it that way. But you also are very much like me in that you take your normal precautions as well as the other kind of precautions. You're not up there hunting for it or trying to get its attention. Also, to be fair, oh yeah, no, that was an interesting. That whole camping trip was quite interesting. We definitely need to do another one again. I think it would be awesome to be able to go and do so again, but I've got to kind of recharge my time at work, and that's going to take a little bit. Now, see, that I'm not, that one doesn't bother me near as much. What bothers me is the other things that that type of environment can bring out. I'm not superstitious, but I'm stitious enough. I know the stories. I know how things work. Now, see, the wild dogs and whatnot, they don't bother me all that much. Animals respond to the same thing most other animals will. And if Teddy Roosevelt's idea of carry the big stick works with animals, I fear no animal. Oh, I know you did. We all did. We all got a couple of fun little experiences on that camping trip. But you know what? I would 100% do it again. Maybe without the slight kidnapping that happened near the end of that trip, but I would definitely do the trip again. Because poor Josh, he was God's poor Josh. He just seems to be he just it's just bad because it seems like every time we all go out on an adventure or get up to some kind of shenanigan, he seems to always be found in the worst spot in the entire aspect of it. But again, I mean, up until that point, it was an incredibly fun and pleasant trip. It was insightful. It was relaxing. We had a great time. Terrorized our camp neighbors. Thank you for that, as
Get some shit!
welcome, man. I hope you're doing all right tonight, Hedgie. Correct. I have survived. A little worse for wear, but I'm definitely feeling a whole hell of a lot better. And we are now working on a couple of pieces that we are going to be wearing to the Ren Fair we're going to this weekend. As I found me a wonderful individual on Etsy who did some Black Dragon prints, and I'm currently painting them up. Or in a different term, you are not Pepsi. So I am going to take. I will be wearing old 2.0. So I will be running amok in the new head, terrorizing the entirety of the Ren Fair, and it is also my Gremlins' first Ren Fair, as it is my weekend with them and they are joining me. So we are going to have an absolute blast. Oh no, 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 no. It's actually supposed to be based off of how the forecast is looking. There is a slight chance of rain for that area, and the high at most is only going to be in the 70s, which old 2.0 is a lot lighter and nowhere near as heavy as 1.0 was. So I should be fine, but I am also taking, my fans and whatnot with me, so I'm not going to just be out there raw dogging it for for the shits and giggles of it. I will be hydrating. I will be aerodynamic in what ways I can be. But yeah, we're gonna have a great time. And again, yeah, this being the Gremlins' first Ren Fair, I'm gonna ensure that they have a good time. The fur equivalent of swamp ass is just the smell of wet dog, just that as a feeling. I would assume would be the fursuit equivalent of swamp ass. But no worries, Hetty. I will ensure that there's hydration aplenty. I'm going with a group of people who are also going to be paying attention to me as well as the gremlins. So we're all going to go and have a good time. Well, thank you for that, Asef. I greatly appreciate that. Man, 6 months. It's amazing how time flies, isn't it? Because Landon came in and resubbed, and it's been almost a full year. I'm just impressed. Can't believe I've been doing this over a year now. Amazing how the time flies. Oh, well, I mean, Hedgie, I have, hey, no, you're perfectly fine. But Hedgie, we have, trinket trades. Oh, these are the same ones that Trash got you? Hell yeah. So yeah, these are. I've got this. I've got keys. I've got coins to trinket trade. So I'll be adding these to my trinket pouch to run amok and throw them at people. Especially if I can find that plague doctor who handed me the "You've Been Plagued" card from last time that I went. I'm gonna get him back. But I'm taking that card back with me, and I'm gonna see if I can't pass his plague on to somebody else. Because that's just hilarious to me. Right. A couple more passes with this. And then we've got 2 more details to do, and that should be it for both of these. And then, like I said, I'll just hit them with the clear coat spray tomorrow after I get home from work. Give them a nice protective clear coat layer so that the paint doesn't rub off and disappear as I'm running around having a blast at the fair. Oh, they would probably lose their mind if you were actually walking around handing them actual gemstones. Or they would probably assume that it's just like polished glass or something at first. And it wouldn't be until they actually got home and inspected them to see that there was a motherfucker actually handing out gemstones. Like a tall, stocky, angry looking dwarf just, here's your stones. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Garnets and emeralds, hell yeah, man. I'll be hanging stickers, man. There you go. Ah, there we go. Ow. But yes, no, there will be plenty, and I do mean plenty of pictures being taken. And I will happily share and or post as many of those as I can. Okay, so the silver did take. It just doesn't appear very bright in terms of, because I didn't use a base for it. So let's see if I can do something a little different for this one. Let's do our base in this. Is this a deep red or is this a brown? It's kind of reddish. So let's do this. Come back over it with silver and see how that color combination turns out. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I've just not been. I haven't had my ear to the ground on, the gem trade or any of the tricks for that yet. And so the fact that you found that a decent price for all of that just by searching around is awesome. Because I remember you showing me how big those boxes full of the raw ones were. And you only paid like what? £2? Okay, £2 for $100. That's really not that bad. Okay. I am interested to see how this color combination will turn out. Okay. I mean, hey, if you and your significant other can join us, you should, ma'am. We would love to have you. I know we're all planning. I don't know exactly what time we're planning on leaving, but I mean, I can let you know. If you want to meet us down there, we'd be happy to have you along. As it's been way too long since we've had the chance to just kick back and hang out, man. Touch that back up. Where you've just been sitting and getting placed around. Ah, okay. They still have you on that? Well, I guess since you're in fabrication, you kind of have no choice. Jeez, man. But I mean, hell, you're making absolute bank compared to what I'm making right now. So, and if they're willing to pay you overtime, that's I'd happily let the company do that. But yeah, especially since that restructure happened and we're doing a whole bunch of rebuild. Hey, there you go. But hey, our Sundays with us is double time though. Literally sucks to lose. At least they would be paying you double time. They're not happy about it, but they're paying it. But yeah, I mean, hell, after they did that, I know with us when they did that big restructure, we're just doing like my area is no longer going to have a slow season because usually we would start to slow down after a little while. Uh, oh, really? Okay. Because yeah, with us, they restructured and opened up the rebuild program, and didn't tell us they were doing that until we had already started getting, stupid amounts of work because of it. And then they came out and were like, "Oh yeah, we've restructured this part of the company, and we are now doing rebuilds of a lot of our machines that are out there on the road." So, yeah, now our aftermarket's part division is going to be a lot more busy. So basically, I don't get I don't technically get an off season anymore. We're just going to constantly be busy all the time. Which, hey, good for us. that means we're not going to be running out of work, but I mean, it was a smaller company, but we also had the reason we were doing so good is they had all the patents on all of their machines. But then, of course, they let those patents slip, and all the other companies started, making their own stuff off of, our stuff. And because they were able to do that and we couldn't contest them anymore, they flooded the market with competition and we weren't stacking up, which is why we went through all of those unnecessarily huge rounds of layoffs. Was because we were just hemorrhaging money from a really stupid decision that was made. That, old CEO stepped down and the new one doesn't really, he's nowhere near as personal as the old one was from what I've been told. Because the old one, when bonuses were getting handed out, he was the one walking out there and handing them to everybody. He knew you by name, he talked to you, and he would understand and approve things whether your supervisor did or not. Yeah, now the second guy, well, I mean, the guy who's still in charge now is the second guy. But he finally got his head out of his ass a little bit and has started, bringing things back. We've got like 6 new machines that are out. We brought back one of our old ones, and now they're entering in this rebuild aspect to kind of bridge the gap between our customers, and then now they're also they have stopped making promises they can't keep, because that's what caused that massive. Is he the 4th for you? Okay, yeah, that's right. Because you're technically a whole different branch compared to me. But yeah, the guy who's technically still over me finally stopped doing stupid decisions and did a massive restructure after we were bleeding internally so badly, which is why, I was hired on to make up for that first massive round of layoffs that they did. And then I survived the second round of layoffs. And that was, them quote unquote restructuring, but what happened at my plant wasn't restructuring. What happened at my area was one of our higher-ups has a vendetta. But yeah, I'm glad that I was able to survive through those rounds of layoffs. But I mean, I found out only after. Well, that last one was an axe to, 2 of our other sites more than it was to my site. But they went out of their way at my site to pull some very unnecessary crap. And they axed, I mean, even from the first group, they axed all the wrong people. You would think that, to err is to human, and despite their best efforts, they still be human. But, they seem to be bouncing back pretty well because they showed us one of the board meetings at one of our last big meetings with the company. So we got to see the charts and everything from how we were doing to what we are doing now. So, I mean, things are looking up, but it's also, they should have never been in the state that they were in to begin with. You would think that these, smart people with money would be a lot smarter with it than that. Yeah, so I'm basically stock and aftermarket parts. And technically any post-fabrication parts. So if a machine goes down, they order it from me. And then I get the parts in, I get the parts put away, part gets picked, goes down through processing, and then makes its way back to get shipped off to the customer. So that they can get their machine back up and running. Or at the very least that they can get the parts they need, and then when our technician shows up, for them to put the pieces back together, it's all there sitting there ready and waiting for them, and the technician, all he has to do is just throw the parts together. So yeah, it works. Welcome in there, Thunder. I hope you at least get you some good rest. Hopefully you're just now waking up from resting. But I hope you're doing well tonight. Nope. Oh, good lord. No, I kind of get pulled in every direction as well from my job. They constantly utilize me because I'm one of the only people who's cross-trained in every area. If anything goes wrong and people are missing, I get pulled. The Thunder, you have got to get you some rest, man. Sleep deprivation is one of the worst ways to go, and I would rather you hang around for a while. Yeah, I know you're out in the same boat with me there, Pine. I've done everything in my warehouse, and then they keep pulling me and pushing me around like, hey, I need you over here now, I need you to do this, but then if my job doesn't get done, well, why didn't this get done? Well, you pulled me in 3 different directions, so you have, at some point, I have to pick a direction and follow it. You keep asking too much and keep squeezing that stone, the only blood you're going to get from it is your own. Oh, wow. I mean, that's dope as hell there, Thunder. But yeah, we're just working on a couple of things for my Ren Fair kit since I'm going to the fair this weekend. I got you, Ramesine. You go get you some good rest, man. Hopefully you can. Hopefully the week will continue to treat you well, and the day will wind up going by quickly for you. Yay. That came out of nowhere. Somebody must be talking about me. But get you some good rest, Ramesine, and we'll talk at you here soon, man. Okay. So, I appreciate that. Thank you, Pine. Alright, so, yeah, with that, I'm going to let it continue to dry, but with that, we now have our Black Dragon necklace piece here. It is fully finished. We're just going to let it dry, and then tomorrow when I get home from work, I'll spray the hell out of it with some clear coat, and then put it back on a chain. That way, hopefully, I can at least keep some of this paint job intact. And then we also have the ring finished. Which will also receive the same clear coat treatment, so that I can keep it in a decent enough way. I'll do, looks like I need to do a couple touch-ups on that, but we'll let that stand for now and just let those rest and go off as they are. So let me go and grab this okay, let's stretch for a second. I didn't know my back was that stiff. Okay. I'm old, I don't like that. Oh. The bones, they creak unnecessarily. Okay. There it is. Now that we're continuing to move on, and we've got those pieces taken care of, let's continue working on our wreath here. See if we can get a little bit more of this done. Blues, purples, reds, whites, green, dark blue, and yellows. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Some of these I will probably get a little lazy with, but the goal is to simply make it as unique and as pretty as possible. Because it is long overdue for me to give this back to the friend who requested this of me. But I am an old of my word, so I'm going to get it down for them. Okay. Let's see. Slowly but surely. Because I very much want to get this done for them so that I can move on to my original pile of shame, as I have already moved all of that in here, and it is quite an extensive pile. So it would definitely be a good thing for me to get this off of the palette. Okay. Just slowly but surely. Okay. Even if I'm only getting a couple, and about 4 or 5 more added to this, that's 4 or 5 more that I don't have to worry about. Because it's slowly coming together. Okay, so we're going to use you, I think. Yeah. And considering I don't typically paint metal a whole lot, this isn't turning out bad. And what I may do is I may attempt to do a little bit of work on this off stream, like I probably should have tried to do before now. That way I could ensure that we got it done in a timely fashion. So we'll see what we can get up to in the following days. But, at least if nothing else, I can't complain that we've not made good progress tonight. We got that we're completely brand new, and we're making some more good progress on this tonight. Not bad for my first day back after an unintentional hiatus there. But I will say, reminder to med check, hydrate, make sure you're taking care of yourself and getting plenty of rest. Because I know that crap kicked the hell out of me. I'm so glad that I'm over and done with that crap. Because that was absolutely no fun. Literally bedridden for 2 days just because my head wouldn't function and I couldn't breathe at all. To barely being able to function and get through work. And just to turn around and finally get it kicked after an incredibly enjoyable weekend, some massive doses of medicine, and then finally one more day of like 16 and a half hours of sleep. So yeah, med check, everybody. Hydrate, take care of yourself, do what you need to do. We're getting there. Doing pretty good. Got it too watery there, but we'll make the best of it. If not, we'll come back over it here in a minute when it dries. Need a little bit of gold on that. Get it some fun uniqueness to it. Did you fall asleep there on your desk again there, Landon? You poor thing. Oh. Are you okay? Or are you just not quite coherent yet? Oh, I don't doubt it. Well, go ahead. I mean, you're perfectly fine, hon. I'm just glad that you were able to swing by and say hi after you've had a rather eventful weekend, to put it simply. By all means, get you some good rest. I mean, yes, I don't disagree. Well, before you go, at least here you are, our finished projects here. We have the finished ring in its entirety. Like I said, I'll run a clear coat on this tomorrow after I get off work. But it's going to look absolutely great. And then the necklace piece in all of its glory, as it is also finished. So these two will be wonderful pieces once I hit them with that clear coat. That way they'll hopefully retain a good bit of their colors that they've got when I'm out running around at the fair. But now that those two are at least done for what I can do with them, I'm going to try and see how much more of the wreath for my friend that I can get done, because again, this is well past overdue. And they requested as much color as I could put into it, so we're at least going to see how many more we can get done before I call it a night. Because unfortunately I am quite tired myself. I stayed up way too late last night without even realizing that I had stayed up that late. And my body has been trying to play catch up with me all day. Oh, they're going to look fantastic with that clear coat on it. But those are going to be just real... I think I'll let my son wear the ring, as he is very much inheritant of my dragontism, and he would absolutely love that anyway, because I initially intended that to be sized for my index finger, but apparently I misjudged my ring size. So it doesn't fit quite as well, but it would probably fit him a little bit better than it fits me. But that just means I have an excuse to order from this guy again. Because I absolutely love how these prints look. Alright, so moving right along. So many flutterflies. And really, not enough desk room to work on them. Okay. I'm very much glad that I'm back as well. No, not gonna stay up for too much longer. Probably about 30 more minutes of stream, and long enough to get the video uploaded, and then I'm gonna go crash. But you get you some good rest, Landon. I'm very glad to be back, and I look forward to talking to you a little bit more tomorrow, and we will see what tomorrow holds, as I know I'm definitely excited to see what Wednesday will bring from you. But I know we have an excitable Hedgie to be looking forward to tomorrow. I'm interested to see what tunes we'll be rocking out to. Alright, let's see here. Cue the Mickey Mouse laugh. Oh boy. But actually, considering I did not get to watch terribly much of it, because I got out of the house and did some shenanigans over the weekend. How did your Kingdom Hearts run wind up going? Did you get too much further? You were in the Little Mermaid area, if I remember correctly. How did that wind up going for you? Hey, there you go. So now where are you heading off to? Because if I remember correctly, you wind up bouncing back and forth in a couple different places. So I don't quite remember. You know, that should surprise me, but it doesn't. And it's bad that it doesn't surprise me. Ah, okay, so now you're in Neverland. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Well, I'm glad that your Kingdom Hearts adventure seems to be going by well. It seems that you're making some really good progress so far. And so I look forward to seeing what new bout of shenanigans that will come to fruition. So many colors, so many butterflies. Well, that'd be a lot more paint on that than I wanted it to be, but okay, we'll make the best of it. And it's been so incredibly long since I've played uh, Kingdom Hearts, but I mean, I don't know. It was never like, don't get me wrong, it was very fun when I did play it, but I guess it just wasn't enough to live up to the hype that everybody else was telling me it was. I mean, I remember I had fun with it, I enjoyed it, but it just, I don't know, it didn't click with me the way that it seems to click with a lot of other people. But I'm absolutely loving that you're having a blast with it. Oh. No, I understand that, but at the same time, I don't know. Some games for me are better for me to watch others enjoy, and I think Kingdom Hearts is one of them. Just because I'm used to playing such a different variety of games, I guess my mind is, a lot more geared towards the type of games that I have been playing. However, it is still a game that I enjoy watching. I enjoy watching others play it because I enjoy seeing other people have fun with it. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing your next installment and what shenanigans you get up to on your next run through the Heart of Kingdoms. Oh, there's that unnecessary excess that I wound up getting. Okay. Do a nice splash of red. There we go. Okay. Now the trick is, now that we're down into the clusters, just finding good spots to work without, hopefully without fully overlapping each other. see if I can just get as many of these that I plan to do as mostly single colors. See if I can hit them, as many of them in different colors as I can. One thing. The wreath? As this was given to me by a friend several years ago, they asked me to get it painted up for him, and I told him I would, but life kind of got in the way. Okay. Yeah, I actually have no idea where they got it. It's pretty. I really like how it is. Uh, they said they had one kind of similar to it, but they moved out and left the original behind. So they found this one and they said they wanted me to paint it up in as many colors as I was willing to put it through. And I told him, yeah, I'd happily take care of that for him. But I lost track of time. I wound up going through my divorce at the same time, so I just wasn't able to get around to it. But now that I can utilize you guys to help hold me accountable, I'm able to move through a lot of my, pile of shame and actually get a good bit of my old projects taken care of. So slowly but surely I'm going to figure out how to get all of my pile of shame cleared out. Because like I said, I've moved so much more of it in here once I actually clear this off the table. You get you some wonderful rest there, Seth. I will see you very soon. You get you some good rest, and we will talk at you tomorrow. I hope everything winds up going well, and that there's no more unnecessary shenanigans to fight through once we get you get up and going tomorrow. But yeah, get you some good rest. Justice for proven, old is always wrong. But it was great to have you here with us tonight, Aset. You get you some good rest, and we will see you tomorrow. go. Not a bad idea to go ahead and knock out all of these smaller ones that I plan to do as mostly one color. Do that. Slowly but surely getting the majority of this taken care of. So damn close together here now. Here, 3 more of those individual ones. This. Now 4 of them. Okay. So it's red. Blue. Green. Already got a purple there. Yellow wasn't such a pain to paint with, I can use it, but red here, green there, blue here. Yeah, I guess we can do another sky blue. Alright. Let's see. Slowly but surely bring it all together. All get to be a little bit more difficult not being able to see around everything. Okay. Just purple, not green. That's not purple. That's purple. Okay. Go. Alright, last one. And then we'll be good to call it a night. And this way, now that all that will be left on these butterflies will be the more complex ones. Go. Yeah, just now we should be able to finish that all by Wednesday. Okay, let's move this over for a second. Alright. We're all these over here. I can actually set this thing back down. So nice, I would stop doing that. Move a couple things that way. There we go. That way I don't cause a massive commotion in the middle of the night. Alright, 1 second. Let me kick this off. So give me 1 moment and I'll be right back with you.
Let's see here. I do want to thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight, as I greatly appreciate everybody hanging out. It was a fun and productive evening. We were very much so able to knock out both of the brand new projects, as well as make some really good headway on our wreath project. So, thankfully, we will probably wrap up the wreath project on Wednesday. Just as a reminder, I will not be streaming on Friday, as I will be collecting me and my gremlins and heading off to the area needed for our Ren Fair shenanigans. So I will unfortunately not be available to stream on Friday, but we'll make up for it on Monday when I get back. But I do greatly appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. I hope that the evening, morning, afternoon, or night, however it finds you, continues to treat you well. I hope the rest of the week winds up treating you all well. And if not, then hey, one step at a time. Monday is already taken care of. You're getting closer to the point where you can rest. And by all means, take advantage, rest, recover, take care of yourself. But I greatly appreciate you guys and the warm welcome of me coming back. So I will catch you guys all again on Wednesday. If not, I will catch you again in the server or on other friends' streams. But if not, we'll catch you next time. Vafail, everyone.